Yeah, this is ugly. Ugly.
Triple bottom. 8 minutes till market close. Is this it? Was that the bottom? Stick around to find out. There we go. Pop, baby, pop.
I think it's just showing support. I don't think it's going anywhere yet.
Man, that bear meat starting to look good, but I guess they like their meat well done. I don't know.
Good afternoon, family. What's going on, everybody? Had a little bit of IRL shit to take care of today. Ooh, flirting with that invalidation. How's everybody? What's going on, Dara? What's up, Nani? I'm thinking they're gonna be greedy and take the rest of this liquidity. Is what I think. Makes it a little bit inconvenient, right? Not to be able to play the 3-day up if we invalidate this. But I spent a lot of time teaching you guys how to trade momentum for times like this, so looks like Avantis is taking a nice dip too. I'm keeping an eye on that. But let's not get in front of the bull, right? Until we invalidate that our 3-day up is still viable. More importantly than what Bitcoin does is what Dom does here. No, not yet. I mean, if we go to the macro, I'll show you guys when it's, in my opinion, time to worry. So this is that weekly flip we were looking for, right? We had our weekly candle that went above and cleared that local high, which is the second metric that we needed to clear up this macro chart. Right? This wound here on the macro chart is still bleeding. Until we close above that SR flip, we can't put this behind us. So we have 5 days to close back above 114.4, which is the actual number here. Let me pull this down. 114.4. We have 5 days to get above 114.4 to clear that out. If we don't, then like I've been telling you guys for weeks, we're to the next weekly candle to see. If the next weekly candle doesn't and the consecutive weekly candle doesn't, and we're still moving down, then our targets are 104 and 101.9. And that's a big if. This is the most bearish scenario. Let me take this off the chart real quick. Hold on. Yeah. So what we're talking about is in the next couple days having a retrace that takes us back above. If not, then we've got issues and we get to buy shit lower. Yeah, that weekly gravestone doji let you know at least you were going to come down underneath, even if it was just temporary. Remember, we were looking for this. Where is my? The 50 EMA on a daily, right, is basically what we're trying to regain here. Broke the 50, showed that weakness, follow up candle. The line in the sand for us, right? The danger zone that we sit in is between the 50 on the daily and the 50 on the weekly. Let me turn this off. 50 on the daily is right here, right? We've already sort of wounded it. The 50 on the weekly is right there. Going to the 50 on the weekly, retracement to the 50 on the weekly would be that 104, 101, depending on how hard or how long it takes. Climbing back above the daily takes away that possibility. What my problem is people making decision on which one is going to happen before confirmation. That's what's going to get people in trouble. So first step, get back above 111.9 to regain bullish momentum. Step 2, get back above that SR flip. If not, then that dry powder you have on the side will find a home soon here. They're really toying with this though. Like just do it, gang. What I really got my eyes on though is this dip on Avantis. I think this has a real possibility of coming down to 150. Look at the massive VPVR gap that we left there, pumping out of it. Which is not a problem. This is bullish. If it pumps, it pumps. But with sentiment dropping, there's a chance that we can come through that. It's just momentum. All crypto Cypher shows you, all market Cypher shows you is momentum. That's why I said if this fails, we got to go back into momentum trading just for the week. Yeah, this looks to me like it wants to do it. It wants to do the thing. Doge is down, guys. Everything is down. I don't know. We could go through alts if you want to, but they're all looking exactly the same. And they're not going to recover until Bitcoin does. Right? Similar on Doge. Sitting above a volume gap. If that doesn't hold, you'll see 22.3. The support that we want to hold is this number 1 here. And you don't want to come down underneath 21 cents. sitting at the 50 on the daily, so that's good. But if it doesn't hold that 50, then you're coming down to the 200. 21.9, 21.8. Damn, DJ, that's crazy. Nah, he's back home already. What looks good? BNB, obviously. Toshi's actually up through this. BNB and Base are getting a lot of attention because of Avantis and Aster. Excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. Guys, your main focus right now, if you're looking at alts, is Bitcoin and Bitcoin dominance. Gonna save you some time from scrolling around your alt charts all day. This needs to find some support. I'm gonna laugh if this shit double bottoms off the 3-day invalidation. Well, if you want any chance of that, we need to get above this 50 on the 5-minute. Right, we need a flip bullish momentum here on the 5. I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. Wow, some of these YouTube guys are freaking out. All right, I'm back, y'all.
Am I
What's good, fam? So we had a nice little push on the minute. We're just now crossing our 13 on the 50 on the 5. This is our one candle of confirmation. So let's see if that positive momentum carries on to the 5 minute. What's good, Sleeper? Dad, what's good, man? Pedro, GZ, RH, what's the deal, fam? Look at how close we came to the invalidation for our 3-day up. False move is over. The question now is, does the 3-day up get invalidated? 3-day up gets invalidated by coming down underneath this line. Yeah, if the 3-day up gets invalidated, then we can't count on the cyclical nature of it. We're still trading momentum. That doesn't mean that we don't go up. It just means that we've got to trade momentum. For me, when the 3-day up is valid and we're up and away from it, I can set my swing and walk away. I don't even worry about my swing trade when everything hits what it's supposed to. But everything has an invalidation, guys. And if somebody's teaching you patterns or teaching you cycles and they're not teaching you the invalidations, then I don't know if they put it in like a paid course or something, or they just don't know what the invalidations are, if they're just not bothering to tell you. But they're just important as patterns playing out. Yeah, you got a big M pattern here. Or an inverse Adam and Eve, however you want to look at it. The neckline of it would be right at that 3-day invalidation. Guys, we're focusing on the wrong thing. What you need to be focused on is the macro. Are we going to get back above this SR flip within the next weekly candle? This is what brings us our lower prices. Right? We've got 5 days and 3 hours. If this candle closes under, then we've got continued drop. If that doesn't correct, then our number 1 and number 2 targets are still viable. Excuse me. But betting on this without the confirmation isn't something that I do. Right? The same way that I wasn't willing to say we were out of hot water just because we got above that lower high. Remember I said we had 1 foot out of hot water, 1 foot in hot water until we closed above that range. right? That's what invalidates this wound in the chart. Right? Until that shit is cauterized, this is still bleeding. It would be. That would be a nasty stopping volume candle is what it would end up looking like. Right? If we go to the daily and look where our 50 EMA is. What we're talking about is getting back above that 50 on a daily before the end of the week. Right? You can forget about the weekly candle completely. If you just look at the dailies, if we get back above that 50 within the week, then that weekly candle will have the wick we're looking for. So that's the question. Is this our bottoming wick? Right? Was this the drop? Is this going to end as an indecision doji? Is it going to keep dropping? Is it going to come up and be a doji just like this was a doji that started our drop? Right? Macro chart takes time. Like, I know we're sitting on the 5-minute, 15-minute because we're scalping and shit like that. But don't let this price action change your mind on what the macro looks like and what we need to see on the macro. Yeah, I've been thinking about that the whole time. You know, I held to that thesis for a while that a big drop on ETH BTC would bring alt BTC pairs to their range lows. But we've had 2 drops since then, right, on ETH BTC. And we didn't make lower lows off our BTC pairs. So I mean, at some point, you know, I still think there's a possibility of it. But at some point, it's got to move down the probability scale for me. If he's right, I will put one caveat. If he's right and dominance goes back up to double top, then that could make ETH BTC drop hard enough to bring BTC pairs down to their range lows. But that's a big if. Right? Like I would need to get above 60 before I even start to consider that right now. We just had a pretty decent rejection off of 59. But he's not wrong. I mean, I get how he gets to his thesis. Yeah, AVAX showed some life, which is good. That means that when we get that rotation, like I told you guys, the rotation in my mind is Bitcoin all-time high, ETH all-time high, and then it's gonna filter into that top 10, top 20. First the top 10, then the top 20, then the top 50, then it'll spread out, right? So what AVAX did by moving is it gained attention. People are paying attention to it now where they weren't before. So on that next rotation, I expect a significant amount of it to go on the AVAX. Yeah, but that has more to do with like mind share, right? What runs first and runs last is what's on people's minds the most. So in 2021 might have been a little bit different, right? With this ETF rumor, and it might be a little bit higher up on the mind share list. Just think of all traders. The old guys used to say to think of the market as just one person trading against you. right? So think of all retail traders as one person, and then imagine what their list looks like, right? The list of coins that they want to buy. Depending on how high that project is on that list, that's how soon it'll run, right? But you won't see the smaller alts run without your AVAXs going, without your even Litecoin, you know what I mean, going, because they're first on the rotation. Nah, no problem. It's a good point. On a daily, let's take everything off the chart. So we have the W, right? Basically, what would have been our W invalidation on the daily, like when we were playing this up, is sitting right about 109, 110. Right? It's also where we caught support here. It's where we caught support here. This was basically an inverse head and shoulders. You see it? Shoulder, head, shoulder, and then it popped. So right at this shoulder is where your 110 would be. What I like about this move, and I guess maybe sometimes looking at it on the naked chart helps. You're gonna have to follow my mouse on this. So the big wound that we had on this chart, right? Or what made this ugly on the macro was the fact that this high right here didn't hold when we took it. Remember how range trading works, right? If this was a range and we broke out, but we didn't hold the range, then it makes this a deviation, not a breakout on the macro, which means macro traders reacted in kind and de-risked, right? So we've been talking about this whole time is what we need to happen to invalidate this, which is getting above this lower high and closing, which we didn't do, right? We got above the lower high, but we didn't close. What's interesting about where we dropped to now is that we're at that support that should have held the first time, right? You see it, this wick top? That's where we're holding right now. If we put in a doji candle on this support and we have a bullish engulfing on our next, then that's a very good sign, right? That what showed weakness before is now showing strength. Then our next step at that point, like I said, would be to close above this range. If that happens, you can just ignore this part of the chart, right? We'll end up saying that we had a deviation under the range. You had an inverse head and shoulders, brought us back above the range. We held and pushed away, right? If that doesn't happen, if we fall down, then like I said, it opens up your 1046 and your 101. Obviously, there's paths in front of that, right? 108. But macro guys are going to shoot lower, right? Because what that means on the weekly is that this doji candle held, right? Then we'd be shooting for 50 EMA, either the top of the 50 EMA, that's that 104, or the 50 EMA itself, which by that time will have moved up into the 100s, right? And that gives us confluence with the targets that we're already looking at, 1 and 2. Pretty clear on that? What's good, Bullish? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, that's where most of my next rotation is sitting buy dips. ETF narrative. I've got a couple of treasury companies, and then obviously a couple of crypto projects that are getting treasury company love. There's actually people are talking about there's a new Aster treasury company coming out. And then on the alt side, I'm really paying attention to Aster and Avantis on these retraces. Mostly Avantis, just because market cap is so much. I think it's got so much more to go. Honestly, not financial advice. Nah, 3-day up kind of clenched up really tight there for a second, Kelly, but it hasn't been invalidated yet. We double bottomed off of our low, basically, on Monday. I'm not mad at that, Steph. I'm not mad at that. I'm somewhere between 8 and 10 trillion total top, unless the only caveat to that is if for some reason in the next 3 months they manage to find a way to use US dollars to buy Bitcoin for that strategic reserve, we could see higher than 10. But I think 10 is a good base case. People who haven't been here before underestimate how fast the money comes in when it comes in. And honestly, how fast it's over, right, after that. Yeah, so if we look at, I mean, we can just go to market cap of I don't have it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Boring is the time where you kind of want to be paying attention, though, Nani. I mean, unless you're already in position and you don't plan on moving anything and you're just like, then yeah, don't sit here and watch it, but the buys that you make when things are boring end up being some of the better buys, in my opinion. Not financial advice. I hear you, bro. I'm ready for that rotation past them. The problem is that they just messed around and gave all the Dino tokens ETF hype. And it's like, oh shit, okay, well. You gotta remember, man, Legacy wants to get in the game, and they don't want to just hold Bitcoin and Ethereum, but they're not going too far down that list. You know? They're not gonna put their money into anything that hasn't been around for a couple years. So I'm just trying to stand in front of the institutional money by playing the ETF narrative, and then I'll stand in front of retail money by playing the highly speculative shit, right? Like a barbell strategy. Super safe on one side, Dino coin shit that institutions will want. None of that mid-curve shit in the middle. And then all the highly speculative shit that has high mind share that retail's gonna throw their money at. Remember when I told you guys like a year ago, everybody was trying to figure out what alts they wanted to hold and all that, and I said, the next thing, the 100x, there'll be something towards the end of the market that'll 100x, maybe even 1000x or some shit, that we don't even know the name of yet. Like this Avantis, situation is sort of what I'm talking about, right? Like there's always something that pops in at the end, and Aster too, right? That a narrative that just hits, right? Which is why it's good to have money on the side. Because if you don't keep dry powder on the side, then when things like this happen, you find yourself moving out of other positions. And they won't be the last. In a month or two, there'll be another one right at the end of the market that everybody apes into. Bitcoin tops out, and then you get 3 to 6 weeks of speculative shit topping out. Most utility will top out before Bitcoin, though. I'll be completely honest with you, and I'm the main person saying don't chase, and I'm still saying don't chase. But Aster and Avantis have legs. I've seen this. I've seen this movie before. This is the type of thing that you can't tell after like a week, right? Because anything can pump hard for a week. But you can really judge these projects after some time has passed and the tokenomics are clear. The moment that Avantis announces their buyback program, that shit is going to go crazy. And I believe it's on crypto.com now. I don't think Aster is yet, though. I mean, Aster honestly is the easiest one, right? Richest man in crypto. Right, trying to gain back, claw back transactions from Hyperliquid. I don't know, man. About the, I have no idea. I don't know. Avantis is flagging out, right? But I'm expecting it. First of all, I'm expecting it to show up on my chart. There we go. I would like it to fall through this gap. Is what I'm waiting for Avantis. Now, after seeing Aster just take off and run, though, and this is looking more and more like a bull flag, waiting for that drop is starting to feel kind of sketchy, but I'm going to stick to my guns. I've picked up at the bottom of this flag already, but if it gets rejected again at this high volume node, I think it's going to come through this gap. And then if we look at Aster, like, you know, what do? This is chasing. This is a TA that I did for one of our family members that was in this early. I did the TA for it and didn't buy it. I'll be 1000% honest with you. But that was the TA. If it holds the uptrend and breaks that bullish channel, that W pattern would play out, and at the very least, you'd get a deviation out of the top. We had our move out of the top. It held support, right? Which turned this into a breakout and not a deviation. And then she went. It happens, man. Instead of feeling bad about the ones you missed, just feel good that you're in an industry where these things just fall on your lap every once in a while, you know, and focus on not missing the next one. I mean, they're both, honestly, they're both derivative plays on Hyperliquid. What they offer that's a little bit different are the dark books, right? Where, unlike Hyperliquid, where everything is transparent, which is why James Wynn got attacked, right? Because everybody can see the books. They've got dark books, which make it more attractive to guys with big money. But more importantly than that, ooh, is the buyback. And then you got CZ pushing it, which is what's really, really doing it. When CZ comes out, that has the biggest exchange in the world, centralized exchange in the world, and says that decentralized exchanges are going to be bigger than centralized exchanges, as he's pumping his decentralized exchange. I'm not here to bet against CZ, you know? That being said, I'm also not here to chase. And this is chasing, which is why I'm looking at advances more right now. And that's what people are calling this stuff. People are calling it your second chance at BNB. This is your second chance at the richest man in the world launching a project that he will not let fail, and that he has the money to, you know what I mean, back, and the Bitcoin to back. I don't know, man. I'm hoping it's a swing fail and we come back into some of these ranges underneath. I mean, 140, 160.
Good night from Turkey. Dbloc. Are we still waiting
Super
for
chat.
$39
What's going on,
AVAX?
Ant?
What is the situation? Can you look PLS and
Yeah, I
also
look at AVAX.
LTC
Give me a
pretty
second.
please?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, we've already had a double top. We broke structure, right? We got above, tried to reclaim structure, but we put in a lower high. If we break back down, this is either flagging out or it's going to come through this gap. That'll bring us to our 160. Sitting on my hands on that shit. Yeah, 130 is nice. Look at AVAX. Yeah, I mean, AVAX's next target, I still have it at 39. Right, we came down. We were talking about this vector gap here needing to be cleared. Go to the 4-hour. Right, we were saying we need to come back down into this range to clear that vector. We came all the way down, cleared it, popped out. Looks good. We want to hold this 50, obviously, and keep this going, but we're just, I mean, if Bitcoin makes a run for those for that support that we're looking for, that support resistance up at 114.4, then I think AVAX can clip that 39 pretty easily. Yeah, I like Cetus. I like Cetus. Dexes are important, man. They tend to do well. I'll take a look at it in a second. Let me see something here. Yeah, this looks good, man. You know how hard it was to talk about AVAX in this range right here? From 24 to 22? This shit was so boring. But we were looking at this and we were saying if AVAX can't hold this uptrend, right, it opens itself up for a correction. But we held good, pushed away. What's boring as AVAX right now is SUI. People are fed up. Look at this shit. It almost looks exactly like AVAX looked. I mean, literally. right? W pattern, haven't broken out, have done nothing but go sideways. This basically is our 39 target on AVAX. Right? Look when I go to AVAX. See that boringness right there that we were talking about? Now look at Sui. See it? LTC too. That's a good point. Litecoin is boring as shit right now. Cetus is holding a very important support here. Right? Right from the top of this accumulation. Which is pretty interesting because you're in the middle of a large volume gap. Right, so Cetus needs to pick up from here or there's going to be problems. If it doesn't pick up from here, you could see under 6 cents, 5.7. But if it does pop from here, then, you know, you've picked up at what is a quadruple bottom. I mean, if anything looks like support, it's that, right? So what we like about these type of trades is that they're a good asymmetric trade, which is what we look for, right? Tons of top side, very small bottom side, and a very clear invalidation. Right? So you could short it. You could short the break. The problem is this. Let's run both scenarios. Let's say you wanted to short this. Right? Your only viable stop loss would be a couple of ATRs above that wick. We'll put it right on the wick. And then you'd probably be shooting for that support, right? So you're looking at not even a 2-to-1, and you're risking 35% on your stop loss. On the daily, we're looking at daily chart here. I know it can be less than that if you go to smaller range. But now look at what happens if you go long here, which is what he's talking about, right? For like a long-term trade. If you go long here, oh, that's not long. If somebody wanted to go long here, they could set their ATR. They could set their trade 1 ATR, 2 ATRs underneath this support. Which is probably, I guess I could check. What's the ATR? 0067. Yeah, so you're literally right there. This thing doesn't move a lot. And then you would either target that lower high, or maybe you think it's getting back to all-time highs. Or not all-time highs, but this dead cat bounce. That's already 182-to-1 risk-reward trade. Or even if you just trade it to here, right, it's just 90%. That's a 80-to-1 risk-reward trade. Right, you're risking $1 to make 80. I'll take those trades in a coin I believe in all day. Even in a coin that you don't believe in, really, if you think about it. If this thing really has found the bottom, it's going to at least come back up to its lower high. even if it doesn't take out its highs, like screw thinking about taking out the highs. Right at that point, you're talking about shooting for a 6.5x. Right, but just a 3.5x to that dead cat bounce on a 200 to 1 risk reward. Not bad. It's all about positioning, man. One of my mentors used to say there's no shit coins, just a shit price. Right? There's no bad coins, just a bad price, meaning every coin at the right price is investable. Now, if it's a shit coin, that price is probably, 400% down from where it is right now, but there is a price. Yeah, I felt the same way, Gears, when I downloaded that when I downloaded the Aster app and it told me that I was region blocked. I was like, well, damn. Thought we were supposed to be borderless. Now, to be fair, I don't think they'll stop you from using it because it just went through. But obviously, still an issue. I mean, Pengu's got more mind share right now, Kelly. Shit is in Walmart shelves. I see a pudgy penguin at least once or twice a day, just flipping through streams or looking on television or going through, doom scrolling on social media or something. And I don't mean like a picture of a pudgy penguin. I mean like a physical pudgy penguin in somebody's setup. Man, I'm staying away from everything orange. Except for Bitcoin. Maybe even Bitcoin. I might just sell all my Bitcoin into something else. I'm done with orange things. You guys want to laugh? We're laughing, but do you really want to laugh? Watch this. That was the day of the orange man. I hope this dude doesn't come back in here, bro, because he's gonna do a victory lap like you've never seen before. To be fair, we never got that M pattern or that W pattern, so technically he wasn't right. He said we would get a massive M or W pattern. And when I asked him if it was a drop, he said it was either going to go up or down. So we can't give him too much credit, but boy, was that spooky. It's funny. Go back to the 5 and see if we lose that bullish momentum here on the 50. I've already done some of my soul ETH rotation. I mean, my ETH soul rotation. If Soul drops a little more, I'll pick some more up. But I'm looking at Sui. I'm looking at Litecoin. We were talking about Litecoin earlier. Let me pull that up. And these are just like, I know they sound boring as shit. I know a Litecoin position sounds absolutely freaking dreadful. But we've never had an alt season without Litecoin pushing. Just doesn't happen. I don't blame you for selling. I mean, we got back up to the last time that this shit just drove us crazy, right? We had that nice big Litecoin hit. I mean, if you bought the dips on Litecoin, you're not complaining. If you bought $60 Litecoin, but our bullish triggers when we get above 140. But if you look at Litecoin, right? Litecoin BTC. So already had its push. Just trying to find the lower high. It held for a while. Problem is when you look at Litecoin ETH, right? Not as pretty. Right? Could have found the bottom. That could be the lower high, which is why I started looking at it. But it's still threatening. Right? It could come down. Let's look at Litecoin Soul. Possible, right? You'd be catching a fallen knife, but there is a possibility that that was the bottom and you're still going to put in a lower high and then pull away. So that rotation is starting to perk up, but we're not quite there just yet. And I will swiftly move my Litecoin into something else whenever it does pump. Right? I'm not about to go through what Litecoin loves to do, which is pump, consolidate, dip. Right? Pump, consolidate, dip. Pump, consolidate, dip. Pump, consolidate, dip. Pump, consolidate, starting to threaten a dip. I don't hold on to Litecoin after pumps. When it goes, it goes. And then that'll get rotated into something else. Our next spider line here on Bitcoin to the bottom side is at 110. Somebody was asking for confluence at 110. That's another piece of confluence there. That would be where our next spider line is. And if you've noticed, Bitcoin has done a really good job of respecting its spider lines this entire way up. Right, these were drawn over a year ago, by the way, before price was even here. What's interesting is the space between, right? Gaps and spider lines give you big pushes, right? We've got some pretty major gaps ahead of us. If we do come down to 110, from 110 to 114, which would be resistance, right? What we're trying to get above is this 114 spider line to heal that chart like we were talking about. But the gap between 114 and 126 is massive. And then 125 up to 450 basically is even bigger. All right, so my idea for this bull market, and it hasn't changed this whole time, is 150. And then a blow off top, 185. If we get that blow off top, that's not insured. Remember, last bull market, we didn't get a blow off top. Virtuals too. Yep. Everybody's ignoring virtuals. Let's take a look at M2. Here's my M2 chart. All right. Well, we had that retracement, right? And now we're kicking up again. We are now officially in 2026. January 1st, 2026. And global liquidity is still on the rise. Remember, for everybody that's new, global liquidity runs on a 95 to 105 day offset to risk assets, which is why we have this pushed up. That doesn't mean that on January 26th, global liquidity will still be going up. I mean, on January 1st, right? When we get to the new year in real time, global liquidity could be coming down already. But the effect of global liquidity, the lag at which it takes for the money to get into risk assets, right, would have still been on the uprise going into the new year. Looks like a Christmas Day sell-off into a New Year's buy-in. Yeah, the current date would be, oh, you mean what Bitcoin's doing, or? Down here. This is the deviation that everybody's worried about right now. So remember what this means, right? Remember what this green line is. This green line is underlying liquidity, right? It's the money that comes in that all of risk assets share, even non-risk assets, gold, whatever, everything, right? So when Bitcoin lags on M2, right, like it is here, right, we should be going sideways, or going down. When Bitcoin lags on M2, it means that that money on this day didn't come into Bitcoin. But what's at all-time highs now, right? Gold's at all-time highs, legacy's at all-time highs. So that liquidity is still flowing, right? But there's fundamental reasons why it's not coming into Bitcoin right now. And that's why you have the deviation. So if you think that Bitcoin is going to divert, like, in other words, M2 is going to keep going up and Bitcoin's just going to go into a bear market, then what you're saying is people have decided to not buy Bitcoin. There's money in the game, but they're just not going to put it into Bitcoin because of whatever reason, right? So has it come in yet? Right? Well, this whole time it has been, right? This is how we knew to take profit in these ranges. Right? This is how we knew that this was our go zone to get in. Right? Who was here before this? Who here in the chat was here before we even made this move going into the go zone? Back here when we first started looking at M2 closely. So the fact that we took off early here was our tariff pause. We had a 90-day pause announced, right? So even though global liquidity was going sideways, money came into Bitcoin. Then we got here where we were supposed to get the end of the pause, and instead of getting the end of the pause, we got a continuation. So this is how we're looking. Right? We diverted from it. And then as the tariffs got solidified, remember, this is when we had our pause, and then we had another pause. And then this is when our tariffs came in and became official. You see how we fell back in line with M2 here? So even though we weren't in line, do you see how M2 still controlled the shape? Right? Down here, you see this little bump, the move up, this consolidation period, these two spikes, that move up. So am I freaked out because we've deviated to the bottom a little bit on this? No, not really. Especially when you consider the the offset, right? Sometimes we've run closer to 95, sometimes we've run closer to 105, sometimes we've run closer to 90. If I was to push this chart over by a couple days, if I was to take it off of the 105-day offset and put it on the 100-day offset, this dip would be this dip. What's important for us is this next leg. This next injection of liquidity is what takes us into October 9th. Right? And then we get a sell-off into my birthday, a pump into Halloween, and then it comes back down to the 7th. And at that point, we're just slowly grinding up, right? Which is this chart here. Right? That zoomed into this section here. So we're down here. Right here. This is what we're looking for, this next move. So the people that are saying that the bear market is over and this shit is going down, what you're saying is that when this liquidity comes in, it's not going into Bitcoin. Right? If you're going to say the first statement, you've got to agree with the second statement. Yeah, if that plays out like that, Sin, then this dip was the dip to buy. This was the last shakeout before the liquidity injection. Yeah, ETH is definitely an accumulation in my opinion. The only question we have is it Wyckoff accumulation or distribution? I don't think it's formed out enough yet to call it. That's always been my argument, Ruben. If Legacy can top out first and get frothy while people are still risk on, then they're gonna start to do the math. Just like they do the math on Bitcoin, right? The next move that Bitcoin gets up into all-time highs, people are gonna do the math. People are gonna say, okay, we're at 130. You know, I'm looking at maybe 150, 180. Is there really that much meat left on this bone, or do I or do I pull some funds out and put it into something riskier, you know? AIOZ is looking kind of weak, just like everything else on the micro, like on the small time frames. Broke that uptrend, retested it bearishly, and now we've taken out support. So what we were looking for is if it came through this gap that we would fall down to this range, but it's taken out even those lows, right? It took that gap out. Look at how it moved through all these volume gaps. I keep telling you how fast these things move through those gaps in volume. So instead of holding in this range, right, which would have been that support zone, it fell through the next gap. I think you're seeing plenty of despair. I think maybe the vibe you're picking up in here is because people aren't in seriously high risk assets, right? There's a difference between being down 5 to 8% on your portfolio and being down 20 to 25%. Hopefully, I've talked enough shit to keep people from getting into riskier alts just yet. That might be what you're picking up on. But for me, it's simple, man. For me, it's cycle based. 26 cents for AIOZ. If that doesn't hold, man, it's not gonna look good. That's our invalidation for our W, right? So far, our W pattern is still valid, but underneath 25.9 or 26 cents, basically flat, we invalidate that W, and we've got to start to build new structure at that point. Damn right, Lippy. Nah, I'm here. So is everybody clear on how and why this move happened? Programmed. Our first sweep down came from demand being lost during a very low liquidity environment where the books were thin, right? And we had, hold on, I need to shut that off. And we had high levels of liquidations, right? So as we lost demand and started to sweep liquidations and cascade liquidations, the book flew through the gaps, right? There was no standing order on the book to hold any of this price action. It was also the measured move from our bearish channel. Right, the width of this bearish channel placed on the point of the break. It also fell in line with our false move Monday, which is a move out of the weekend trap in the opposite direction of the rest of the week. We still haven't invalidated that idea, but the liquidity sweep to that extent definitely wasn't part of the plan. Right, we invalidate that idea of a 3-day up by closing underneath 114. If we look on Kiyotaka, we can see how whales have taken advantage of this now to position for lower prices, right? So as there's blood in the street, as we go back into fear on fear and greed, now's when whales step in. Right? Remember, we just looked at all of those shorts that basically run all the way back up to 116, right? That's a possible short squeeze. Price gets through that, we'll move from 113 to 116 in no time. So what do the whales do? The whales who are liking the blood and want lower prices set up these protective sell walls to defend their short positions, right? So imagine you have, 2 billion in short positions and you defend it with 500 mil, 750 mil in spot sells so that price doesn't get to your liquidations, right? So that protective sell wall was to keep price from coming up through these gaps in the VPVR. Remember, we talk about how fast price moves when it comes through the gaps. If price had moved through these gaps, it would have clipped this short squeeze and it would have liquidated all of them. Right, so the protective sell walls that they put there did their job and dropped us back underneath this high volume node. Above this high volume node, whales are in danger because they can get short squeezed. Below this high volume node, the low is in danger and they can get lower prices. Right? It just depends on if they go for that final sweep down and if we have enough walls underneath us to catch. Right? There's about 1,000 Bitcoins sitting down here, sort of scattered out. Nothing compared to how big these buy walls were, though. So it's honestly going to come down to how greedy they are. If they take profit on their shorts, then there's no reason to defend the walls. If they hold the shorts, then they're going to have to defend them. But you notice how there's no sell walls here anymore, right? As soon as it hit and it moved, they spoofed the rest of them, meaning they took them off of the order book, right? There's a couple here, 423, 386, right? But that leads me to think that this move down was their TP. They protected their shorts. They got one more push down. They got the TP their shorts at the lows. We'll see. If we start to see protective sell walls pop back up as price moves up, then we know that they're not done, right? Because this has to be somebody who has big enough money to not only have a large short position, but also have money left over to defend it on spot. Like, these were not small walls. These were 500 Bitcoin walls, 460 Bitcoin walls. So that's what I'll be watching for on the order book. Let's go to CoinGlass and see how upside down we are on. First of all, we'll take a look at our RSI. Right, you're seeing everything, everybody's RSI drop. These are all coins, right? Top 50s. Top hundreds. Everything's resetting. On the 4-hour, you've got some down, but I mean, honestly, I don't see on any time frame, if you're just paying attention to RSIs, it's not time to enter anything, guys. I mean, on the weekly, these are your shorts playing out. Right? Bears firmly in control on the weekly. Even worse when you go to altcoins. Oof. right? We're pretty even. 24-hour long, 24 hours short. Yeah, the short ratio is pretty high here, guys. At 1 is when you're flat, basically 50-50, right? So right now, on the 23rd, you're 54% long, 45% short. And this is your ratio on exchange. Seems like they're bearish on crypto.com for some reason. BitUnex. Hyperliquid is 55% long. And then here it'll show you trades in real time. That's like your tape for leverage. Let's see. Interesting. Like everybody's long ETH and SOL on every time frame. This is, remember I tell you guys about the rotation, right? This is a good way to look at that rotation right now. Like everybody's long ETH and SOL, and everybody's short on the 5-minute and 15-minute and the 30-minute for the most part. Well, 30-minute not so much, but 5-minute, 15-minute. Right? Almost everything else. Damn, Aster's in 13th place. That's absolutely bananas. Told y'all, man. A coin that you never heard of will pop into that 10th, into the top 10 out of nowhere. Mm, yeah, Stable did its thing. Remember we were looking at Stable the other day? STB. When we were looking at Velo data. Isn't the right? Do I have it here? Save it. What's that chart? That's not. There's a time and a place. But yeah, I mean, you're not alone, right? We just looked at that. We just looked at that overlay. Most people are playing with Sol when it comes to be long and ETH. But when Sol gets that ATH and holds, when ETH gets that ATH and holds, people will start to look at the alts underneath them.
Like Doge, yeah, like Doge.
We've never had an alt season without Doge doing something.
What do you think though? Because Elon's not talking about it too much.
This
Do
shit
you
isn't
think the
even. This shit
71?
isn't on Elon. Doge is gonna move if enough people still think that Doge is a good buy. That's it. I don't think anybody is holding their breath for Elon or Twitter payments or. But do I think that enough people still remember Doge? Yeah, of course. Name recognition is there. Robinhood will still buy it up. Just remember, Robinhood, if you go on Robinhood, you've got like 7, 8 other memes that are cheaper than Doge now, including Pudgy Penguins. So I don't,
Yeah, that's true.
you know, the good thing was before everybody came in and they just bought Doge on Robinhood, right? Like that was like the sketchiest, highest
That's how I got
probable
in.
ROI to me too. Yeah. Bro, we used to when I was trading when we were playing around with GameStop and AMC, we used to just put all our gains, all our profits in Doge because that shit was a stable coin at like 0.008 cents. It literally didn't move. Every once in a while it popped up and you could take a little profit, but it didn't drop. So I would just put all my profits in Doge. And I was using it as a stable the first time Elon tweeted.
Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, bro. I can't even say, oh, I believed in it. I knew it was. No. It was just fun because, I was already a crypto guy and I didn't want to just put it in, we were already going
So
through
you
the market.
you got in it when like before Elon even started talking about it?
Yeah, I remember Elon's first tweet.
Gee, that's amazing, man. Dang.
I remember looking at the chart and saying, what just happened?
That's crazy. Props, man. I bet that was an era to be in. Like, man, I can only imagine that feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it it makes it risky. That's exactly what you're doing, Pablo, right? Is that you're moving up the risk curve. Right? The trick is to do it before the speculation starts. Right? Like moving into ETH while people say it's still garbage. And then the rotation goes into ETH pumps, and then you get to sell your shit into the FOMO. Same sort of deal. Right? That's Solana, ADA, Link, that rotation that's coming up, AVAX, whatever. Getting into those coins as low as you can before that hype comes in. And then each person decides how far down the risk curve they're going to go. Some people won't even make it into the mid caps and low caps. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you play these rotations right, you're already in good money by the time you get to the high caps. And you should definitely be securing profits along the way. Right? I mean, it doesn't mean 100% of what you make in ETH goes into the next rotation. Oh,
I really hope Asia comes in and just pushes this thing towards 113.
I'm on the hourly right now. I know I'm on a higher time frame, but the structure just looks so clear here on the hourly. Right? Either we're gonna put in that higher low and have a W on the hourly to push from, or we're gonna take out those lows. Right, we've already invalidated that small W, so we can get rid of this just to clear up the chart a little bit. We missed that measured move by a bit. $100, $200, something like that. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
What's going on? I can go. I bought the bottom of the 3-day invalidation. Was that the bottom? I don't know. Could it have been the bottom? Maybe. Is it worth taking a chance that it was the bottom? $111,600 or whatever that was, 400. Well, I'm willing to guess that it is.
Looks like a 3-time bottom, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my chance at it because
I just see 3 strikes at the same same support line.
it's all right.
Maybe it holds.
Well, exactly. To me, it's worth the chance because if I don't take a chance, I might regret it. And if it doesn't hold, then well, just have to close out and de-risk again. Move my leverage down. My my liquidation way down, like under 100. And as it gets worse, then I have to move it down in the 90s. But I'm hoping that doesn't have to happen. We'll see. It's gonna be slow. Well, it looks like. Then again, what was today? Today's what, Tuesday now? Yeah. So the yesterday was the last day of the down of the false move down. So let's see. Maybe that's it.
You guys know if Dbloc said that we've invalidated because it wicked below, or does it have to be an actual candle close below? Do you know? Anybody here
It has to
ask?
close. It has to close. I know that.
It has
Wicks
to
don't.
close. Wicks
Yes.
don't count. Okay.
No, wicks don't count.
Okay. I will say one thing. It sure is nice to see the direction change on the chart. I don't know if anybody else is feeling the same thing.
We were hoping that it's changed. We don't know that yet. I'm taking a shot at it. We shall see.
Hopefully we don't get pushed below this volume node right here.
Yeah, we come on down below that. We close below down there. It's gonna be no good, and we're not. Well, I'm gonna let my boss come on here. What do I know? Either way, I'm taking a hit. I'm taking a shot.
The 13 wants to cross that 50. We'll see.
Yeah, get it over there.
I moved
Hey,
over to the 3 minute chart. I
yeah.
saw people opening up shorts, opening
Uh-oh.
up shorts
Yeah, get them.
right there right at the bottom of the drop. Dear, like God, I
Good.
was like,
They're chasing it.
Yeah,
They're late.
they
They're
can
late
keep
now.
on opening. They can keep on opening. That's gonna be the fuel, baby.
that's a big hot red zone above us. Hopefully, we don't come down.
There's plenty up there. I mean, it's what I saw Dbloc yesterday. He looked at the heat map, but the board was clear to the bottom. So I don't know. It just seems to me like the coast could be clear to go up some now, at least up to 115 or something.
Yeah, baby.
Remember those days where we'd have like a $10,000 Bitcoin move up?
Oh, them days ain't over.
can, can can we get that today, please? Get back to 122.
Yeah,
Just real quick. Not asking for a lot.
yeah, 122 sound real good. Sounds like
I'm not even
all
greedy. It doesn't have to be all time highs. Just like 122.
man. Sooner than all I could think of is 150, followed by 3 more zeros. Closing my trade out.
Patience can make you a lot of money. Not having it costs you. That's hard. Like when Dbloc said, it's like they're painting a picture for us to react. What's this picture? If you look at it outside in, it looks like crap. Looks like all we're going to do is continue to go down. We've got our hope and optimism saying we need to go up. Yeah.
Uh,
It was, yeah, yeah. No, no,
I'm
yeah.
all in. I'm Drew.
I
I'm all
saw
in.
I saw some stats and it was kind of crazy low numbers. And I don't know how they get the metrics, but they were saying there's only 240, like I'm rounding up, 242,000 like millionaires, like bona fide millionaires of Bitcoin. I was like, that's like crazy low if you think about it, you know? So that piece of the pie is going around, but there's only a few people out there that are actually, take the world's metrics and everybody's playing, and purchasing the same thing. But there's only that few people as individuals. So I don't know how they get the metrics. Maybe, I guess, if you've got funds and stuff like that, I don't know how they would qualify it. I guess it's just outside of, that metric. That's right. That's crazy. Can you imagine? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. The only 242 is however they found that metric. it actually, you know, oof. It's like,
Did you just say there's people that bought Bitcoin at $10?
yeah, there's people that bought at 5.
Oh my god! Imagine holding that still.
Imagine that being on your old computer that you threw away, one of those big things with a tube behind it.
God.
That was the technology back in the day. Well, I've got a couple of those computers up in the attic that don't belong. They're not originally mine. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just, that's right.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Yeah, I didn't start till '98.
Yeah, they taught us how to use those systems. They didn't necessarily call it, you know, programming, but you had to learn coding to actually be able to use the computer. So and it was taught at school. I remember.
I think I was there for the end of that. The green and black screen.
Oh, absolutely. I
It wasn't there for long. I was like,
remember the color being blue though.
oh,
Maybe my
yeah.
school was poor. I don't know.
I don't think they were there long. I think immediately the next year, the first computers were there with Windows. Does anybody still have their old computer? Wow.
The floppy,
Yeah,
floppy,
floppy disk. I still
floppy.
got mine. Oh wow, the real flat ones. Ooh, that's even older than mine. Yeah, yeah. Mine uses the hard, thick plastic one, and see as a CD drive, it's Windows 98. Still, my RAM is 256 megabyte. I think I have a couple extra cards added in it too, so it might be like 400 or 500 megabyte after that. Windows 98 still works. Hasn't turned on in many years though. Made made by Gateway.
I had that was my first computer.
I think
Gateway.
are they done?
Yeah, they're done. Yeah, they're done.
All right.
You could
Man,
you could
Gateway.
order those computers, and then I think Dell kind of stole their concept and made a lot better use out of it. But you,
So I took the hard drive of my Windows 7 PC that gave me the problem, and I put it into a docking thing. What do you call it? Hard drive docking, where you like put it in there like a cartridge, and then you plug the power in. So I put it into that, and I plugged it into my Windows 2000 computer, but it doesn't read it still. Oh well. What's that? No, I didn't under. I know. No, I'm not. I'm good. I'm good to go. I got a working computer now, but I would sure love to get into that hard drive and. Well, I can't get. I can't get it to. You can't get it to. I don't know how to get it to read. It doesn't read that it's there. Uh, really? From old S, from old Windows 7. Hmm. Hmm. Well, because I thought when
Yeah,
you put it
or
in
you
this
got
dock
flux
in this,
capacitors from Back to the Future there too.
I thought I thought when I put it in in this docking thing that when I plugged the USB into this to my new computer that it would read it. And it does. No, it doesn't even. It doesn't even. It doesn't even. Nah, bro. It doesn't. Well, I'm sure they're gonna know something I don't know, but I don't know why when I put it in the docking station and plug the USB. Uh, uh, mm, trying to remember there was a term. It's something came up that I read and it said the drive wasn't something. I can't remember what it said. Uh, Initiated or something like that. What the hell was it? Yeah, I got a seed phrase I need to pull up out of it for a wallet. It has some shit coins in it. Hmm, okay, find somewhere. Find I know. I got it. I already have it out. It's right here in my hand. No, it's so I tell you, I plugged it into the docking station. It's plugged into it, and it's supposed to go to USB from that. It's supposed to go in the computer, and it's supposed to. Yeah, I see. Mm. Yeah, I'll find a guy. I'm sure my crypto is worth more than 50 on that wallet. Nothing. Uh, it's starting to get cool now, finally. But I'm not. I'm not that far from you. Yeah, you're gonna get colder quicker. Gets plenty cold over here too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to find the guy that bought him so he can see all the stuff that I have and buy my stuff. If he's that big of a fan, once he sees what I'm doing, he's gonna want it. I appreciate it, but I can't buy it right now.
There's even better news. If you get it, it's forever.
I've seen them. No, I've seen them before. There's there's a guy that makes them, or maybe multiple people that make them. But that was a nice one. Hey Joe, I came out with new jackets. They're hunting jackets. Yeah, the real deal. It's got my logo on it. It's got the camouflage. It's ready to hunt. I got some Columbia fleeces with my logo on it. I got the new hunting ones. Uh, it's all on there. You didn't look, did you? You got to search through it and just like look through this. It's on there. I'm liking this hunting. I don't even hunt, but I think I'm gonna have to get me one. Uh, just gotta get some people to see it on social media. I'm still shadow banned. Sucks. Hopefully it ends in October. Drop ships from a warehouse. You just go on there, place the order. If you don't want to use your card, you can use a virtual card. You place the order, it shows up to your front door. You get tracking. Well, I'm gonna physically see the order. Yes. Well, yeah. Well, what's gonna happen is if you place the order, I'm gonna see your order, and I'm gonna fulfill it, and then I'm gonna send it to my supplier. They're gonna manufacture it and drop ship it. But at that time, I'm gonna be able to add a personal note. And if I want to send anything to the address, I could also send anything I want extra. Yeah, yeah, yes. There'll be a personalized note for you, written for me. And if I want to like throw a CD in there, I could just add it to it. And yeah, I could do all that. But if I want, yeah, no, it's too much. And then the shipping. I don't know what they get on shipping prices, but for me to ship stuff is like ridiculously expensive. especially international, is disgusting. It'll cost me so much to ship that I won't even make anything, which I don't make hardly nothing anyway. It's all right. I just do it for the love, really, and not I ain't doing nothing with it. But I got some pretty nice stuff I did with Adidas now. That's the stuff I wanted, the Adidas shirts and jackets and all that I did. I still got to go look at North Face. I'm sure I'm about to go do that right now. Let's see if I can get North Face. Because I know winter's coming. I gotta start getting the winter stuff out. I guess you know what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna put some stuff on eBay. See if I can get a customer. That thing is eBay so damn greedy, man. To be taxing. Yeah, that's what I need to deal with. Distributor like Walmart or something, huh? They put it in their store. Yeah, I haven't made it to that level yet. I'm still kind of like, off the side-ish. I haven't done all the legality I need to do. Let's see. Let's see if I can get North Face. There it is, the North Face. Oh, they don't have anything. They show it, but I can't do it. Oh well. What else I got? I saw another company you might know. Let me see. How do you like Oakley? All right, Joe, I got the perfect product for you. It's called the Polar Camel stainless steel flask. It's called the Polar Camel stainless steel flask, 6 ounce. Put your little liquor in there. Oh, okay. Oh, 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 okay. I thought you were having something hard. Okay, never mind. I'm just joking. Columbia. I got Columbia. I got the fleece, the shirt. Oh, look at that. That's it. What is this? Arcadia jacket. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Arcadia. What's Arcadia mean? Oh, it's kind of like a rain jacket type thing. Continental. Is that winter stuff? No. Eddie Bauer. Oh, there's one thing for that. You like Eddie Bauer? No. Yeah, but you know there's a markup when you add your own custom thing to it. Oh, perfect. Well, that's what I got. Just, I need to get it over there. Mm-mm. It's actually made by Columbia. It's got their tags on it. It's them. Well, I don't know all of that. They don't tell me that. I won't never be able to know that. Well, that's what it is. I just accepting the fact that they're saying it's going to be to this. What the hell is James? And well, that's what they're offering me. So I got a choice between that or generic China stuff. Well, I'm sure that it's a different product when it arrives. I promise you that. It's not going to be the same thing. I can tell you. I'll tell you. I can tell you. Give me that. Let me look. I'll tell you exactly right now. Yeah, I'm just using Columbia's blanks. They're embroidering my stuff onto it. And it's embroidered. It's not a sticker or aren't on. Okay, here we go. This is they tell me sourced responsibly from Bangladesh. That's where it's made at. Does it say the materials? MTR filament fleece. I don't know what MTR is. Athletic fit design. Lightweight fabric. Doesn't say what the fabric is. Care instructions. What's MTR? Let's find out. MTR material. Let's see what MTR is. No. MTR clothing material. Stands for why is it so hard to figure out? Stands for Matires, MATIERES. Recycled fabric issued from a closed loop channel. Okay. Yarns. Yeah, uh, we're, we're going down. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Stop limits. Hopefully this is just a little 15-minute candle bounce.
Yo, these candles getting a little crazy.
Crazy going up.
Nah, just like on the 1 minute, there's just a lot of wicks up and down really fast. In the last like 10 minutes, they were pretty, but they didn't really move much. But it was pretty more movement than I've seen in a while.
It's a 1 minute bot fest.
Yeah, there was something going on there in the last 10 minutes. Within the every minute candle was just getting crazy. I'm like, what is about to happen?
Yeah, hurry up. God candle, be done with it. Leave them in the dust.
With either that or a nuke candle is about to happen.
Something's coming. For sure. I don't know, just looking at everything over, to me, up seems to be the deal, because if it was going to be down, why not have just gone for it? I guess they cleared the board where they want to do farm longs and then do it again. I mean, come on. Why not just rip it all the way up and fill all those longs you filled on those vectors coming all the way down? Let's go, man. 150K.
You'll see new candles.
Good morning, family. So if we don't hold the 111,600, we have 111,516. Then after that, the 111,3s. If we break 111,3, we have 111,250, but it's getting pretty serious when we go past 111,250. Then we'll be seeing the 110,769 level, most likely. So we're headed there now. We're almost to the 516. So we did talk about this yesterday, where the 8-hour was looking, pretty bearish underneath these angles in this channel.
Died.
I could hear you if you were checking your mic. So we're at the 5-minute 50 MA here, and just above that, at the 112.250 area, is the 200 MA. So in order to build our structure back, we really have to move past 112.300 and 112.660. Don't forget on Friday, there's options expiries, and those are been pinned earlier at 114,000, but the previous max pain level was around 110. So things could be shifting a bit here as we move into the mid part of the week. And if we do fail here again, it really kind of invites our 109.5 level to be tested down to that 107.7 line. Conversely, we could have a nice fast move up to 114, which would be really bullish. So move up here, if we continue with some momentum, we could see after 112.663, then there's another resistance line to cross above 112.960.
I like that Dom is coming down with it too. Very nice.
Yeah, XRP got a pretty decent bounce after this dip. It has been really struggling. And it too is facing the MAs on the small time frames and was getting rejected, over and over. So maybe this will be our last test of that. Maybe we can get over these. So here's the orange line. Here is the 50 MA and just above, right? Just above is the 200. So you can see across these yellow bars that would be a good effort at finding some support and then building it up. It happens to be along that this seam right here. We've been talking about this. You know, this is kind of like the night and the day. These lines are about the daily. This is the daily 5 EMA, the daily spiral arc. So all of this right here is really important to finish crossing. And of course, now you've got your 5-minute MAs right at this line too. So you can
You know
see
what's
that.
crazy?
What's that?
On Dbloc's chart, we didn't invalidate the 3 days up. Like we didn't close underneath. We're
Yep,
right above it.
yep. We're holding this level. If we, if we'd fallen here just now and at this 111,250, that would have invalidated it here.
So technically, we could still be in the uptrend. It was 3 days up.
If we find support here, we could move for 3 days up, I would think. But we have a lot of resistance to cross. Just to be clear, it's not peaches and cream. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. All right, this is our so this is a 864, and then so here's our price right here. These are the 2 yellow lines I'm talking, the ascending lines I'm talking about that we have to get over. But because we have come forward in time, instead of crossing it over here, which would have been the easier, less resistant mode, right, to this point, right there, at 113.7, and then on to 115 and over 115. I'll show you. I'll pull this down. Instead of doing that, we went down this way. All right. So now, in order to climb back up, you have to meet the moving averages coming from an angular downtrend, right? And so prices got to push up through there, like this.
So when we start running into the EMAs, we'll basically
Right.
find resistance.
Yes, yes. And so you've got not only that, but then these options on all these ETFs now plays a big role in where max pain is with where the price is being pinned, right? So we have to fight with a lot of that too. There's a lot of interest, open interest up above 114, and then there's also quite a bit at 108 to 110. So I'll show you what I'm.
So is that why you think they're trying to push the price down?
So there's a lot of hedging that goes on, yes, and they're not necessarily trying to push a price down. They're trying to be interested in buying at a lower level, which forces sellers that want to sell to come down lower. It's kind of like haggling, and when you're trying to buy a car or something, and you say, "Oh, I'd like to buy this," and the seller says, well, I'm wanting to sell it for that. And then you come to an agreement in the middle somewhere. That's what the market is. So it's the push-pull. And when there's equilibrium, then there's then everybody's satisfied, right? Well, if there's much more interest in buying than there is selling, then they're going to compete for the price, and it'll drive the price up. If there's a lot of people selling, then buyers are going to be choosier. All right, let's see. Let's get our 4 hour.
That's a good way of putting it. Thank you, BJ.
You're welcome.
Hey, BJ, do you use BTCC?
Yes.
Is it down for you right now?
No. Let me see. I know that they have a new schedule of maintenance, but no, I don't see it down. I'm on my app on my phone.
Oh yeah, the app on the phone works, but the web browser it won't let me log in. Keeps like logging me back out.
Well, shoot. I guess I would contact customer service. Has that ever happened before?
It's whenever we have like flushes like we just had, it just kicks you out, so you can't like either manage your orders. And the app is always kind of finicky for me. Even the app is kind of glitchy right now
It
too. I
does
can't
it
see
for
my
me
app.
too.
Yeah, I'm like completely logged out. I can't log in or manage anything right now.
They did put out a note on for which obviously is going to affect crypto, but China has a holiday and it's got a holiday schedule. So if you look at the BTCC, or I can post it, or I can tell you, but it looks like October, I forgot what. Give me
Oh,
one
the
second. I'll look
National
it up.
Day? That's what you're talking, the
That's
National Day?
correct. And they've got a schedule. I believe it's like one day they're closed and then other days they're open at odd times.
Okay, that's interesting. That's good for everybody to know, for sure.
It looks like October the 1st is National Day. The markets are going to be closed.
Okay.
Thursday, the markets open up um, at, and these are UTC, so add 4 hours to Eastern Standard Time. And it says 1:30, which is odd as can be.
Yeah, it is odd.
So uh, we're going to have to do some further investigating or talk to Chat GPT or Rock or something to tell us exactly what time to expect on Thursday. But it's going to be an odd time.
So it's listed what time it is, or you just want to know how to calculate what?
Wait, the gentleman that's talking about the holiday, are you able to log in on the web browser?
Give me 1 second. I'm flipping back and forth. I saved a screenshot on my phone. So let me jot it down because every time I try to push the button, push to talk on Discord on my phone, I can't see the screen. Actually, yeah, I can't see it. So give me one moment. Let me write everything down and I'll tell you what BTC is saying.
Let's see. I'll go to the messages trading. Oh, announcement. Here's China National Day. Here we go. I'll post this.
All right, I'll regurgitate my work. If you guys could help me with the Eastern Standard Time, that would be helpful, since maybe I can get a little credit for sharing this. Y'all can help me out. It looks like 10 October the 1st, as well as the 7th. Both the 10th, the 1st, as well as the 7th, the markets will be closed. And there's going to be on the 2nd and on the 8th, it says 1:30 UTC, which is the whatever time they're gonna be open. So can y'all help me figure out?
Yeah. So
that?
I'm gonna go to the world clock here. All right, so that would be China that we're looking for to UTC plus 4.
For Eastern Standard Time, I believe it's +4, if I'm not mistaken. So whatever time, we're 4 hours behind. So however that works.
Well, that would sounds like it's London. Oh no, right now.
So I
Today
forget
plus
plus or minus,
London is
but
5
they're
hours.
4 hours ahead. So I don't know, how do you?
Okay, so that
I'm
would be
tired.
right now. It's
After midnight.
12:47 a.m. here in Eastern time. So that would be 4:47 in plus 4.
Yeah, England.
But
And then
London is 5 hours ahead now.
Is it? Okay, I don't know
Yeah.
with daylight savings and all that.
Yep,
good
that's
stuff.
right.
So
So
I don't know if they honor that or not. So go to Arizona, they don't honor it. Other states.
no, they don't. But it looks like London does.
Okay.
So plus 4 would be 4:47. So if they say that it's 1:30 that they're closing,
It says opening, I believe. They open at 1:30. So if they open at 1:30, that sounds like.
so that would be 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
9:30 a.m. Eastern is when they would be open. Okay. Okay.
So it'd be the same time as our stock market.
Okay. That's okay. Because Asia usually opens at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock our in 8 o'clock at night Eastern Standard Time. So I wonder.
So is that
When I have a brain tomorrow morning, I'll see if I can confirm it. But I'm taking your word for it now.
so is that 12 p.m. No, 8 o'clock p.m. You mean 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, if I knew what time they normally opened
that would
up,
be
I could
12
do the calculation.
a.m.
Yeah, it seems like it would be like midnight our time in Eastern Standard Time, or possibly 12:30, 11:30. It's got to be half. It's got to be. It's got to be on the half hour. A 1:30. So it's either
Okay,
going to be.
so are we talking about 1:30 in the morning, their time, versus
Yeah,
1:30 p.m.?
Yeah, because the way they did it, if they would have just left it like Asia Standard Time 3 hours late, we could have all figured it out. But now that BTC did the kind thing, it says that the time is represented as 1:30. So that may be 1:30 1:30 there UTC. I just can't see Asia opening up at the same time our markets are opening up because Asia's close by then, always. It's England, it's the UK that overlaps with England. So that's, I'm going to go ahead and say they're going to be post midnight. Post midnight.
Yeah, I understand how you feel because I'm reading this here, and what the heck is it? Does it does it mean what? Because they don't give an AM or PM. So they say market closes on Wednesday because of the holiday, right? On 10/1.
Right.
Then it opens at 1:30 on 10/2.
Following day. Yeah.
Right. But does that mean their time? 1:30
Well, it says on the
AM or
letter,
PM?
it says UTC. We've done this for UTC time, but
No, it says GMT. It says
oh, it does?
GMT.
Okay, maybe I looked at it wrong. Okay.
It says GMT plus 0. So, oh, and then it says the above trading hours are in UTC. Crazy. Oh, well, I put that in the bubble chat. I guess it's the same message you're looking at. So
Well,
if
I'm
anybody
gonna
else
take
wants
back thinking I was helping because I think this is causing anxiety.
it is a little funny.
But we have time to get through these hard times.
Yeah, that's till October 1st. So we can have somebody figure that out for us because my mind can't figure that one out. I don't know. I mean, what is an hour and a half? What does that mean? If it's normally at midnight or at 12
Let me ask, what time is it now in UTC time? Maybe that'll help. It is 4:30 UTC at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the markets, if we remove 3 hours from our time frame, we're probably Asia's opening up later than normal.
I don't know. I don't know because now my clock says 12:53 and you just said 4:30. So
I'm going to wait until 1:30, and I'm going to ask the stupid thing again, and then I can do some math. I'm going to go with it's probably going to be like 30 minutes late or an hour late because they were partying all night or something. I don't know.
yeah, maybe that's it. Okay, so on the 4-hour we are doing the pivot point and the daily open. Yeah, I think we're above the daily open here. Yes. And we're on top of the 5 EMA at the moment on the 4-hour. 13 is at 112.730. And the 200 MA is 112,966.
Oh, I think this is the rocket ship. Like, this is it.
You think we're gonna fly over all of these EMAs and MAs overnight?
Not overnight, but the liquidity is there. They've been piling up. It should be pretty easy once it starts going. Well,
Only
I say
problem
that,
is
but
that, you know, not everybody thinks this is the bottom. A lot of people assume that we might be hitting, you know, the levels that BJ was talking about earlier. So that tape is not lighting up in any direction.
The couple good things are that these on the 8-hour, okay, I like the positioning of the moving averages because the MAs, the 50 and the 200, are still in a ascending pattern. So coming up from underneath bumps on them, and usually you have an easier time getting over them as resistance levels, right? Because of they're in an ascending pattern already. So that is one positive. The negative is that on the 4-hour, I think it's a 4-hour. It's lower than that. Yeah, the see how that 200 has crossed down over the top of the 800, and it's on its way to coming over the top of the 200 EMA. So this set of EMAs on the 30-minute, these are much more descending, a lot more pressure to the downside. So price has got to kind of really get up over this 800. Now that's at 114,354. If we stall for a while at on the 50s, and have to come back underneath and do all that rigmarole, then that's going to push us down towards that 110.7. See how is the motion of my mouse, right? So if this doesn't get through with force, with a lot of conviction up here, then the likelihood of stalling underneath here is greater, underneath this pivot point. The pivot point is at 112.3. So that's why you see on this drawing, let me clear it up here a little bit. You've got this line here. See this congestion, and here's the descending pattern that you see on the 30-minute. So right now we're in this ascending channel, but we're going to meet up against a hard horizontal and a descending. Plus you have above that descending, you also have the 50 MA, and that's above 112.4, right? Then there's also this line. That's a descending line as well. See how it's over the top of the ribbon itself? And that's on this dividing line. So the resistance that we face right in this little section is really big. So if we do get this volume and come up through here, it will be so awesome, because that way we can spend a little bit of time going sideways over this descending angular. So if we can get over 112,482 and trade this way, and put the 50 EMA on the 30-minute and below underneath us. You see how we fell off of this curve right there? All right, so here's our 5 EMA. Here's it. One time we tried to come up over that, and then we fell underneath right here again. So now we're in the process of, we are over that 5 EMA, trying to get towards that 50 EMA. And you see, if we do that, these two lines, these little white lines, take you up over that section to this one, right? Okay, but that still is not enough. We still have to go up here to that 200, and then further up is the 800. So you can see our task, right? That 800 is way up at 114.3. So if this 200 keeps falling down, and then the MAs are in between there, that can likely, make us, we can maybe get a little higher here, but then we might fail again over this way, come back underneath. So that's why you got to have, some strong support being built here that isn't just like a quick move and then you flick down. You got to see these moving averages follow. That's what I mean by it can't be just a quick move. You got to have the the moving averages follow the price. So it can't be just like fly and get liquidations and then come back down. You got to see those moving averages go up with the price. Okay. Let's see if I can put the 5 minute, see what we're doing there. So see how the 5 minute is getting here close. We got some level, we're right on the curve. We're about ready to crack this left side of that channel right there. So it would be real bullish if we can come up on a more vertical line here and get that swing up towards its 800, which is here. So just picture this 113.3 being crossed, right? If we get a big bulk of price action right here. Even if we get just on this side of it, at least we're in line for that 800, which is up here. So let me just draw that. All right, so this would be our bullish track, a real bullish track. And then if we don't pause and then come back underneath, this line here would be very good. So right now we're over that daily open, we're over the 50, we're over the 5, and we just need to get over these lines of resistance here. And then if we can, here's the MA, if we can use this MA as support right here and flip this over between resistance and support, it would be really good. Even if we made, even if we come back up here and then come back down, if we can just stay at 112.3 and not come under there towards, any lower than the than this angular here, which would be 112, 151 on the other side. Like if, we come back to test, if we stay above these descending lines, and that's another thing to look for But here we go. Look at it. We're going to try this 200 right here. So little side thing. My son texted me, and he's still in Washington with my with my other son, and he has a dog, a beagle. Well, so I get this message saying that that the dog opened up the dishwasher and stood on the dishwasher door to try to get on the counter. And then he went around and opened up the cabinets. I mean, who in the world would have thought a dog could open up the dishwasher door? I laughed so hard. Anyway, I just thought if anybody else has a dog that opens their dishwasher, please let me know, because I think that's too funny. All right, our price is over that 5-minute 200 EMA. And we are just at the pivot point here. So we would like our next candle to rise above that 200. See how it's just underneath it there? All right, there's crossing it now over the top. So our next candle starts in how many minutes? 2 minutes and 45 seconds about. So we would like that next candle to have at the bottom at least over 112,265. We're getting a nice reaction here. That's good. And then if we have a retest, let's see if we can. The 5 EMA is here, 112,232. So let's try to plan that out. Yeah, somewhere in here, it'll be about 112,182 and down to about 112,049. It's possible if we come on back around. Right now, the 50 EMA is at 112,071. So if we get a rise up here sometime, and then you can fall back on and test that.
What's good, family?
Yo. In it to win it.
They keep toying with that invalidation.
Yeah, I had to get it down there. I saw enough. That was earlier today. I was waiting to see if that stop and volume candle was going to hold. So far, so good. And then again, I said that before, and later on, it ends up not being so good. Tired of it. Might not be good in 2 weeks. Who knows? Just want to find a damn bottom, man. Just ride this damn thing to 150, man. I don't want to keep on doing all this crap. Sick bastards had to bring it all the way back over here. It was not even that bad on Bitcoin. It's more like what they did on alts. They took me out of my damn alt positions. They all got stopped out. And then they brought it down so quick. They wicked down so quick I couldn't really get in where I wanted to get in again. So I was just like, man, screw it. I just did not even bother opening them. I just went to Bitcoin and said, screw the shit.
I hear you.
Got it down here. We'll see.
I'm starting to get ready for this Avantis Aster rotation.
About $200 from 4,000 gold.
Wow, it's nuts. Crazy how close we are.
Yeah, I know, man. It's just running hard.
The hell is that? That's a crypto?
Yeah, I'm playing Avantis and Aster against each other. I'm just trying to catch this rotation rate. So I'm watching the pair, and I'm waiting for Avantis to break this damn uptrend.
What do you think about this gold crypto coin, Pax Gold?
No, I rather old physical, own physical. Yeah, I'm looking to jump in at like 150 on Advantage if I can get the drop. But I want to see the Avantis Aster chart break out as well. And obviously Aster come down. Guns is on a nice little run right now. All by itself in the middle of the night. Measured move for guns about 25 cents. Just the local move. And then I'm looking at 30 cents. I mean, sorry, 3 cents. Not bad. There's no targets for Aster or Avantis. Anybody that tells you they have a target is making shit up. Too early. I know what people are reaching for, right? Like a lot of people will take profit when Aster gets to the market cap of Hyperliquid. That's probably the most common target that I hear floating around. But as far as technical targets, there are none. Right? All you can do is drop a fib. You're in price discovery. There isn't even enough candles to draw spider lines. Right? Typically we would draw some spider lines on the weekly. We can't do that. The best you could do is draw some spider lines on the daily. I mean on the hourly. Which is way too low of a time frame. Right? But I mean, since there is nothing else, these are not going to be super reliable because they're only on the hourly, but it will give you something to look at that you might not be the only one looking at.
I think Advantis is going up past 240 before it comes down to 250. But is kind of that what you're thinking? Because I don't see it coming down to 250 right now.
I mean it's in this nice bull flag. So my question is, does it fill, if it fills the entire flag, it can stay within the structure and still come down. But I think that it stays. So far I've just been buying the bottom of the flag. But I would like to put a nice chunkier sort of buying lower. Give me a second, I'll show you in a second.
I thought 205 was a trigger when I was playing it before. I'm still in it. I didn't, but I'm just not sure if it's gonna come back down to 250 or to that level yet.
It could very well not. We're
Especially
literally
when,
one official announcement away from their buyback and burn program before that
yeah,
shit sends again.
exactly. So that's why I think anywhere from here to 205 is pretty decent buy.
Yeah, I picked some. It's already on crypto.com too, so it's got that FOMO potential. Aster hasn't listed anywhere on major exchanges yet, has it? Except
It's
for like
on
Binance.
it's on BTCC.
Okay. So yeah, like I said, other than spider lines and fib extension, going to be the only guide that you have here for Aster. That and just a quick. As long as the volume stays the way it is. Problem is that it's really hugging its uptrend now. Right? So I feel like this thing is going to take a breather eventually. But like I said, it's when it's hot like this, as long as Bitcoin finds a bottom, everybody's going to ape back in. They haven't already. But what I'm waiting for is that rotation. Hold on, let me draw that fib extension. All right, so we're already at the 618. So your 1618 would be 366, and then your 6618 or a full extension would be just over $10. But this is what I mean. If we break out, cool, but if we get another rejection back to the bottom of the range, then we're already looking at 165. And if we do that twice, we can get that 150 without sort of breaking bullish structure. I would rather that than see it break this flag and just come down to 150. I don't want to kill the sentiment. It's funny how they're both kind of neck and neck, though, huh? $2 each, basically, give or take. But for everybody that was like,
Yeah.
why did crypto drop? Why did crypto drop? Remember, I told you earlier about how high the liquidity was, or how high the liquidations were? Right? It was super frothy. And then we talked about how empty the order books were, right? Meaning one big order comes in, price has to travel a long way to find somebody on the other side of that order. And then, in the middle of that climate, sitting on massive volume gaps, they launched these two coins that sucked all the liquidity out.
Yep.
Which means that everybody that was in anything that was in profit was like, oh, I'm going to take some profit and buy some Master. I'm going to take some profit and buy some Advances.
Block, which
And
fib
then
level
those
And then they
drops
actually
in
was useful for
prices
SR and which
caused
levels do you keep
liquidations.
in
And
your
then
fib
those
levels?
liquidations started cascading. Gotta love this game, though. Every once in a while, you get a gem dropped on your lap.
Mm-hmm.
And you know me, I've got a firm, like, don't chase rule. But I gave it a good 4 or 5 days to build, like, serious conviction and sort of filter out the hype. I think they're gonna do well.
When did you make your first buy in Atlantis?
Like 145, 135.
Oh, so but like on the 21st, what day?
Oh, it was the 20, yeah, right
Yeah,
about no, the 20th,
yeah,
at
because
night.
I got in on the 21st because I was too late.
Hmm
But anyway, it's all good.
I was looking at. Hold on, I'll show you because you know. So like, I've got all of the YouTube TA here that I do for people,
Mm-hmm.
and is it here? Was it Avantis? Maybe it was.
Well, then there was Hemi, and then there was oh, Wi-Fi? No, Hi-Fi. Hi-Fi was a problem.
Damn, now I can't remember which one it was, but it was way at the bottom, like way at the bottom. And someone was like, "Yeah, I'm playing with this. What do you think?" I was like, "It looks like it's in a range. If it breaks up, it should sort of shoot up." And I had like this big white arrow. I did not buy a single coin, but I look at so much shit every day. Like I can't buy everything that looks good. You
No,
know what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
impossible. That was.
How about Saros? Have you messed with
No,
that?
I haven't got into that. Is it a Soro? Is it the protocol or the Soros meme?
Um,
Saro,
the
Saros.
Saros, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, hello. What the hell happened to my chart? Hold on. Freaky. What is this price action?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe is it just the exchange, or does this thing just move really weird?
It moves
Oh my
weird.
god.
Yep, I know.
Volatility with a capital T. Did you catch that
Yeah,
dip? Tell me you caught that dip.
there's those weird patterns. It's just strange.
It seems like algorithmic trading on low liquidity or something. That's why I was like, maybe it's the exchange, but it's Bybit. Did you catch this wick? Any of this wick here?
Yeah, I got
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
I'm hoping this one does okay, but I mean, we'll see.
Wow, look at this accumulation right here.
Yeah.
That should have just go to show you how bad what do they call it? Not recency bias, but sort of hindsight biases.
Mm-hmm.
Because you
Mm-hmm.
look at this and you're like, God, I'm so stupid. How did I not catch that accumulation? But when you take this chart out of it and just look at it like this,
Yeah, you're saying what the
you're
heck
like,
is this?
that's a
Yeah.
rug pull. Like, I don't want
Yeah,
nothing to
I
do
know.
with this shit.
Yep. And then all of a sudden,
That's the research, man. There's not, you just can't get away from
yep.
it. That's what you miss out on because this looks just like every other shitcoin that died and went to,
Mm-hmm.
zombie land. But like when alt season, it's like, well, it depends what coins you're holding, I guess, right?
Yeah. So, how about Linnea? Did you?
Yeah, yeah. I did all of the airdrops for Linea. So I got a bunch of sort of like free Linea, and then I bought some more because I was like, you know what? If I've already got free, then I looked at it like a discount. If I buy the
Mm-hmm.
same amount I have, then that's a 50% discount, right?
That's
Like
right.
degen math.
That's smart. That one I think has some pretty decent potential.
I just hope that when we get to the rotation where it's going into all the mid caps and smaller L2s and stuff like that, that there's enough time left for them to really run hard.
Mm-hmm.
Cutting it kind of close. For all of you that are still thinking about the false move 3-day up, we have not invalidated that yet. At this point, I was hoping it did. I was like, just give me a 15 candle close underneath that so we can just go trade by momentum. But no, it's still valid. We happen to take off from here, then we just spend one of our 3 days going sideways, basically. Either way, I'm basically trading it by momentum right now. Better safe than sorry. Nah, I haven't heard of plasma. Is that a pulse chain? It is, right? Or am I thinking of a different project? I stumbled into a pulse chain spaces on Twitter by mistake. And they were all hyped about some shit, but you know how the Mexicans are, like they're always excited. All right, Slam. I'll look at Pal. That's Alex Becker's the AI project, right? Pal AI. Ugh. I'll give you one guess to where Becker started tweeting about Pal. You would think here, right? Alex Becker effect. It was here. Still some decent X's. It just hasn't. So, you guys that have been here for a while know how I feel about how coins launch, right? They have their first wave. And if the second wave goes higher than the first wave, then there is a chance for their third wave to then, you know, and these are all the coins we know and love that end up going on to great things. There's an argument to say that that third wave failed and now we're going into that sort of death accumulation, right? That just, what happens is once a project fails, once it goes into its sort of death spiral, and by death spiral I mean it has a blowout year, right? What did this have? 100x, right? Has this blow off year, then fails to take out its highs, and then sort of just fizzles off. It'll pump, but each pump will be smaller than the third, and then, you know, I'm not saying that that's what's happening. We could still be in that third wave, right? And all of this is part of a wave 3 that then goes up, and but I think AI will do well, right? Remember, this is way down on market cap, so it's not hard to push it. But I just don't know how much interest comes in, which is where Alex Becker comes in, right? Because if when retail comes in, he just starts talking about it, then they'll bid it up. From where it is right now, let's see, even if it fails getting above its other wave, you're still talking about really decent gains. Right? If it gets half there, you're talking a 5x. Just don't expect the moon with this. I think the fun has already been had on this project. I'm just looking at the chart, right? If there's anybody that's into the fundamentals and knows of any upcoming innovations or advancements, then you can chime in, but the chart doesn't look good. Aster's about to take out highs. As long as Aster holds this uptrend, it's going to keep pushing. It's at 0.618. Got some spider lines to get through, but then 1.618 is his next real sort of target. And Aster Avantis is dipping here. So for me, I'm waiting for Aster Avantis to break this downtrend so that I can cycle some Aster. And then till then, I'm looking for Avantis to retrace as deep as it can so I can buy some. When it's time to cycle, though, I'm cycling into Avantis no matter what the price is. Because it's coming out of Aster, right? And I'm playing the pair chart. FTX, man. Some hilarious ass shit. Yo, we are some D-gens. Let's look at Ethereum real quick, and then I'll look at FTX. So we broke that support, the support that we've been looking at this whole time, right? I said if it all comes down to the support holding, bulls must hold it. We see 38. We have 4 days to close back above that support at 425 for this just to be a wick underneath to avoid that. If we close under, I don't have faith that this support, that this SR flip is going to hold. It can. It still can. It's significant, right? But it opens us up for those lower numbers. So on a daily, we've got some nice wicks, right? Some good buying pressure off of that, but we need to pull up. So if on the daily we can start going after this vector and then close that weekly candle up here, then we would have avoided some further dippage on ETH. I think my FTX chart was behind this somewhere. Found it. So when we're in this market and we're getting up towards the top and we're waiting for, you know, the euphoric phase and all of that good stuff, I try to watch out for signs that things are getting frothy, right? Irrational shit. Like Sam Bankman-Fried tweeting and price going from 8 cents to $1.30 off of it. Shit like that. This, in my opinion, trades as a meme now. FTT. If you're trading it, it's like a disaster meme, right? Catastrophe meme, whatever you want to call it. Even Sam's like what the fuck? Language. I don't think OG Pepe is dying, right? I think it'll still do good when Ethereum, but it's a beta play on ETH. So when ETH goes down, it's going to go down. But I do think that Pengu is taking some mind share from Pepe. Yeah, it's ETH's turn to sort of make its move, which is why you see dominance doing what it's doing. I mean, I'm sorry, it's Bitcoin's turn to make its move. The rotation from here, since everything is now dropped and reset, in my opinion, is Bitcoin all-time high, Ethereum all-time high, and then your Sols, your AVAXs, your all that good shit. And then your favorite shitcoin. But not till then. Not till you see that rotation. And remember how the rotation works. I'm going to keep pulling this up and I'm going to keep being annoying about it because this shit keeps happening and you guys keep getting wrecked on your alt picks. And I've been trying to warn you this whole time. Like, not to be like, I told you so, but I'm just trying to make you aware that we're not at that part of the cycle yet. The Fed has signaled risk on, right? So people are spending their money on risk assets right now. But the rotation of money in crypto has not made this cycle yet. Right? We're in phase 2. There's a retrace now, obviously, right? So it feels like Ethereum isn't, but Ethereum is still outperforming. Now, this is the overlap that we're looking for when money starts to trickle into large caps. Right? We've already seen that. We've seen things like AVAX pop out of nowhere. We've seen money start to funnel into the souls, start to funnel into the, you know, larger projects. But we're not in phase 3 yet. And if we're not in phase 3 yet, then you can't front run this by going all the way to phase 4 and filling up on low caps and mid caps. Because when that money flow rotates back into Bitcoin temporarily, and Ethereum and Sol and everything that your mid caps are based off of start to retrace, they're gonna get slapped. Right? So the same way that we wait patiently in Bitcoin until it's time to flow into Ethereum, and then we wait patiently in Ethereum until it's time to flow into the large caps. Right? You got to do everything at the appropriate time. Unless you're okay with being underwater, there's nothing wrong with that either. Right? If you don't plan on selling until 2 or 3 months at the top of the bull market and you've got money left to buy the dip with, then it doesn't really matter. If you found the price, you found the coin at a price that you thought was decent, you bought it, it got cheaper, you buy more. Right? But if you're going all in, right, you're going full port into your favorite alts, you're skipping a phase.
Ben Carvin had a interesting take on this. He said from like Ethereum and whatever large cap, it's gonna go back to Bitcoin now before it goes down again.
Yeah, well, so there's cycles within cycles, right? Every time that we dip, hold on, let me pull that back up so I can explain because it's important. And we see it. You guys have seen this cycle already happen, but where is it? That's it already. Yeah. Right. So this rotation happens on a smaller scale every time Bitcoin pumps. Right, on a very small scale, meaning you'll see Bitcoin go up and then start to consolidate, right? And then Ethereum will go up and consolidate. And then the smaller alts will go up and consolidate. And then all of a sudden memes and shit starts pumping and it gets frothy and then everything comes back down. Right? When you have those flushes where everything comes back down, especially with liquidity flushes, it rotates back into Bitcoin. Right? Which is why I say that what we're waiting for now is for Bitcoin to hit all-time highs. Right? And then Ethereum hits all-time highs. And then the top 10 start to hit all-time highs. So yeah, I agree with him on that. What I don't agree with him that is that dominance is going to go up to double top as Bitcoin goes to all-time highs. That's a bit much.
But what about the fact that he thinks altcoins won't run till, I mean, they'll do whatever odd ones here and there, but till like mid-October, November.
Yeah. I mean, that's the time that he's giving for Bitcoin and Ethereum to make their move. I mean, we look at global liquidity, right? October 9th is when that takes its drop. So from this week, basically, this next week to October 9th is the biggest liquidity injection that we get in for global M2. I would expect Bitcoin to make a run for all-time highs at that point. And I expect Bitcoin Dom to go with it. Now, when that steadies out and Ethereum starts to make its move, Bitcoin Dom will start going down. That'll be the last top for Dom. Bitcoin's next all-time high will be the last lower high for Dom until we start actually bleeding out.
So where do you see DOM go up to max, like a low high?
Low 60s. Low 60s. We rejected pretty hard off of 59, but with another strong push from Bitcoin, I could see it going into low 60s. Did it pop that top? We were just looking at that. It's trying to. Yeah, it wants to go. A measured move on this flagpole is insane. This shit takes you up to 6618 or 5618. But honestly, this thing, maybe 3618 or something like that. Yeah, 2618. Oh, not even. All right. We're halfway up on that. It's because I was on log.
I mean, do retail people actually catch these trades
No.
from the bottom?
No.
Like,
This stuff? No. No, retail will buy this when it gets on all the centralized exchanges, and then we'll take profit on them and buy the dip, basically. But one thing I will give CZ is by dropping it on Dexis first for like a couple days without, before bringing it on Binance, he did give people the opportunity to get in before it was on centralized exchanges. One thing that man knows how to do is how to build a community around an exchange.
I mean, some of Binance feels like the new Maxi. Every day they're launching some, God knows how many coins.
Binance used to be like Pump Fund.
Really?
Yeah, Binance Launchpad used to be where all the garbage came out of. Shit coins before we had a name for them. Yeah, exactly, Pablo. If dominance goes up with Bitcoin to all-time highs, then it won't have a negative effect on the alts. What I'm worried about is Bitcoin gets to all-time high and dominance continues to go up as Bitcoin retraces. But if we catch that rotation the way I think we're going to, I think ETH will be shortly behind it. And that'll pull from dominance. Excuse me. Well, price discovery. Yeah, as long as this price action is underneath, my bad, I'm eating donuts. As long as this price action is underneath this downtrend, I'm heavier in Astra than Avantis. But I am looking for that rotation. Damn right, YG, lock those gains in. Come on, if you're gonna do it, do it. big gap in the spider lines here. My bad. Got into my head. Forgot you guys were here. Just watching it crawl through these spider lines. There's absolutely no resistance, no support, no resistance, anything up here, right? This is price discovery. No reason at all for these to be respecting these spider lines, except for the number of traders that going into price discovery automatically went and tried to draw the best spider lines they could. The only real viable spider lines you could draw on this was on the hourly because it was so new. So apparently there are enough traders still holding on to the ancient ways. Pumptober.
There was that theory, right, that alts must come home or something, like ETH came down that low. Is that still valid?
Yeah, the problem is every time ETH BTC takes a dip, we don't get that lower low that we're expecting on. It's still possible, I guess, but ETH BTC would have to take a serious correction. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
This might be trying to make a move here.
I need to get a little sign that says on air or something. Because that's twice in the last 2 hours that I forget my camera's on. What's going on, YouTube? Just checking. Oh, Biddy. Let me pull a smaller fib just for anybody who only fibbed the top. Excuse me. Another possible point of resistance that you might have some sellers at. These are people who didn't fib the entire move and just fib the last impulse. Just notice the colors in the office look like the VPVR. I mean, I did that on purpose. That's what I meant to say. Little gap here in the VPVR should take us to retest that uptrend. Nah, you find other shit, DJ. It's a never ending, like, I could honestly do with one smaller screen. Probably underneath this one. I don't know. Cause you know what the problem is, like, when you have OCD, like, shit has to look a certain way. So once you start getting to too many screens, pushing it. That's why I have those built-in cabinets on the side so I didn't have to worry about it. That move through the gap, right? Fast move, low volume. Now that's our uptrend. This uptrend on Aster is just from our current move. Current impulse. This volume gap is what I think brings it back down to resistance. If this 200 doesn't hold, if that last spider line doesn't hold, then that gap is what we're looking at. Now what I want to see is is there going to be a rotation? Right, because this Aster Avantis trade is a crowded trade. So if we get that drop and Avantis pops up and Avantis Aster breaks that downtrend, then I'll be rotating some Aster into Avantis. But if she holds, pushes away, makes a new high, cuts through those spider lines, then I'll be holding on. Oh, man. Got that one little aspect here. We didn't have liquidations on Avantis for so long. I mean, on Aster for so long that I hadn't even looked for it. All right, well, that clears that up. Why is it so thick though? Pause. Oh. Bubbles look like shit the further down you go. Which one of y'all is holding Froggy in here? Don't lie. I'm definitely. I do have some Andy though. Shit, I wish I had Froggy today. That's what Andy did. That's a healthy chart. Kidding. This thing is just stealing all the attention right now, man. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.